Test one, test one. There we go, Fugi's back. Guess who's back? Back again. And guess who's back? Bring a friend. Ah, I missed the Fugi. Let me just send out the notification. Go away now. One less tab of Chrome, one more micron performance. Ink's still like right out of the gate. I've got stalkers, and it's not actually the vampire or the slime. Okay, everything seems to be up and running. Now let me just throw in a quick layer because my stylus wasn't working before. Let me make sure that is good to go. Perfect. Stylus is responsive. Fugi is back online. I believe we are good to go. Not sure if any desktop audio is coming through. Let me just grab some white bat real quick. Okay, you should be able to hear this now. Let me know if it's too loud. Or if it needs to be louder. Alrighty, we should be good to go, so let's actually kick things off. Now, last time you saw this Fugi, it did not have functioning eyes. I had to, let's see here. Don't need that layer anymore. Where is it? Where is it? It's under mask, brow. As you can see here, it does still peel apart a little bit. But what I've been able to do is construct the raised and lowered brows. Shows off a bit more of the lid as well as these pyramid eyelashes. Now granted, these are details so small most people probably aren't going to see them, but I want to include them. As you can imagine, both the right and left brow have that same functionality enabled. You can see where the face peels apart because, you know, these layers aren't exactly meant to be taken off while in application. Chibi model will be coming down the line, so let's just see here. We'll put those back on for the moment. Since then, as I've said before, I put in more with the eyes. I need to reorganize these groups for the irises, pupils, and such so that I can set up a proper... how would you phrase it? I just need to reorder them so that I can use my emotes properly once this is properly rigged and animated. Because as you can see here, probably slightly too many steps. But when things are rigged properly, this will be a non-issue. It's just something that I'm worried about right now while organizing. I need to rename things, I need to reorder things, you know the drill. Right now the head is still lacking a mouth, but aside from that, most of the assets are already built into it. Hey, Moore! Thanks for hopping in there. I was wondering when I'd see that Batwave. Yes, art stream! Do you want to hear the good news? My RAM arrived early. And Critta likes it. Yeah. last night I was fiddling with it till about 3 a.m. because Krita was originally still trying to use the allotment of my former RAM. It was only giving itself 16 gigabytes because I had two 16 sticks and it would only take up to half of the RAM. But now, I no longer have to give it just 16 gigabytes. It can get up to... Let me see if you can see this on the full screen. Nope. It can go up to 63.8 because I just installed a 128 gig RAM kit. 3600 megahertz, DDR4. I was looking into a DDR5 kit, but then I actually had to look at my motherboard, so... It's not keeping that preview up long enough, but... As you can see right here, we are still in the yellow. It's auto-saving. It's not taking 5 to 10 minutes to auto-save anymore. I can just... Here, let me doodle. Give me a line real quick. It did hang up a little bit because I was interfacing with the layers. However, once I hit the transform tool, enter instant preview, it just goes in less than 5 seconds. The only reason it's taking that much time is because I'm on the big canvas today, the 14K by 21K. If I weren't on this canvas, if I was on, let's say, this one, the 4K canvas, then it just... If I was working on normal resolutions, it just works. Todd Howard, eat your heart out. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Throw that back in there. So yeah, not only do I have two canvases open right now, but one of them is the 14K. So I figured, slay for real? Wow, bountiful handwriting. Yeah, it's about as elegant as your spelling. But fucking finally, I know! I found a good compatible RAM kit. It's not perfect. I haven't got to play any games with it yet. But when I was using Chrome earlier, it did have some hang-ups. Chrome, listen, sweetheart, baby. You Google branded RAM destruction. I gave you more RAM, not less. Why are you performing worse? Like, my old RAM was clocked at 3200. The new RAM, the Ripjaws, these are 3600. Yeah, sure, Ripjaw's not exactly the highest brand caliber, but I don't give a shit about the marketing here. I just need raw horsepower. And I think we're getting it. Also, I'm noticing as I look at this right now. See, that's why I don't use Chrome. Well, now, I should get off of Chrome again. I have Firefox downloaded. I'm hesitant to pull the trigger. My biggest hang-up with Chrome was actually the implementation of ad blocker blockers on YouTube. That drove me to FreeTube, where I still watch YouTube, just not on the website. So then, as long as I could keep using that one website without issue... Firefox? Nuh-uh. What are you recommending then? Brave? Opera? Oh, I'm sorry, 4Fox. Right. Who needs one Fox on fire? We can have 3 more. I'm also just noticing a minor behavioral thing. I'm not sure if that's normal with my chat box. It seems to be... Usually there's a bit of a what do you call it? A drop-off where it fades the text out sooner than it gets to this. I might have to... Let me see here. Okay, bring that down there. Bring that down there. And and bring that down there. So all my chat boxes are behaving the same way. The text will stay up there for a bit, but it seemed to be behaving oddly. Never mind. Dang, technical difficulty starting already? That was just with the chat, thankfully. That's not really a RAM-based issue. Nothing with that changed. I could have updated OBS, but I didn't. Probably should, but not today. Opera GX, that is it. Dang, technical issue. Yeah. That should be the last time I have to tinker with OBS in particular. Hang on. Knock on wood. So yeah, the new RAM is in, and we're going to see how that works out for Krita. So far, good impressions. Last night, I was working on... I didn't even work on this file. I just combined them. Let me tell you how bad my issue was with this goddamn file, this canvas on Krita. You see this gap here between the head and the rest of the body? That's not just because I was taking my time to work on the torso. I was working on these two as separate files. I got rid of the alignment grids I had set up, but I had to have the head in one KRA and the body in another. And even then, split in half, the model was still maxing out my RAM allocation. Like right now. You see how that's saying we're using approximately 30.1 gigabytes? Each individual half of that was going over the allotted 16 gig threshold. So it's not like it's just a straight doubling, it's a matter of complexity within the objects. The only repeating assets between the two documents I was running were standard scale 1 for some anatomical references, and, let's see, redundant Chibi template and background. These are very low intensity folders. I didn't even have both of my scales for reference. I didn't bring over this disrobed PNG. I just had basically one big folder in one and 3 folders in another. Nobody updates OBS unless it gets really annoying. Ugh, insane, man. Yeah. OBS is still generally working out for me right now. It was able to save the new Vegas stream with a local copy even after everything else decided, you know what, the PC needs to just shit bricks. And thus we arrive here. Also, I'm still staring at it. The chat definitely should have started dissipating messages within 60 seconds of them sending, so I feel like I might have to do a test on that at a later point. I want to get to drawing now, so I'll think about that if I can figure out any solutions. Maybe we fix that live, but as it stands, probably just leave that be. The fucking crash yesterday, you got genuinely scared? It crashed harder than the damn thunderstorm on Monday. Like, have you seen any of the flooding coming out of the east coast of the U.S.? Basements are aquariums now. Yeah, draw so you can finally judge. Well, if you want to see, like, straight-up drawing, I do things slightly differently between drawing air quotes and, you'll see there's some differences between the way I would do, let's say, my emoticons or my words. My brain's not processing. There's going to be a different way I do things between my emotes and my models, because for my models, I'm going to be doing freehand, like, 50% of the time tops. I'm mostly going to be manipulating images and, just straight up polygons, pretty much. For real, you were still on stream for like 5 minutes until Twitch kicked me out. I spent probably 10 minutes after trying to approach that chip cache encounter, trying to make something respond to me while I couldn't see it. Like, I don't want to say I was Daredevil, but I was going in blind. And also, like Matt Murdock, felt very guilty about it. Makes sense why it's so clean. Yeah, if I could bring up my reference, let's say standard scale 2 here. If you zoom in close enough, you're going to see things like this corner on the furrowed brow. You're going to see these bits that just, yes, it's a PNG I've copied over and blown up for the sake of referencing. You're not generally going to see it that close up, but I am, and it bothers me. Look at the giant head, like, not Chibified at all on the little body. Okay, that's enough of that. But yeah, if I were to bring up a full-scale PNG of my standard model, you would see just how many times it falls apart at the seams, even before we get into rigging. When it comes to my model work, I try to freehand it as little as possible, that way I can get crisp, clean lines. Even if they have to be curved, obviously. Like, do you want to see me as a Minecraft character? Actually, some people probably would. But no, it's gotta be something at least resembling coherent. You've seen my model close-up already, got that shit memorized by now. I am throwing a lot at it right now. Again, this is blown up to a certain degree, so there's going to be some pixelization. But pixelization does not account for where? Oh, it went into the emoji tab. Yeah, okay. You can look at things down here on, let's say, the boots, where these little bits of warping around the screw heads, if you zoom out to where you're practically going to see them, it just looks like they're a worn screw head. But if you zoom into where I can see them, it just seems like some minor burning and dodging on there. You can see there's no outline on the laces on my shoes. This still bothers me, but I'm probably not going to fix it until I do it on the Chibi model. I don't see this as happening. Just, it was a matter of making this look good per the distance you're actually going to see it. This might look like a mistake here because you have the edge of the lace overlapping the, not the aglets, but the divots in the shoes per the laces. This would actually simulate the depth as well, so it would be going over the ledge and then need to have a slight bulge before going back in, and then feeding through the other side. How did I do this without adding outlines to the laces? Simple. 2 different shades of red. Very slightly different. I want to say that's maybe... There's one. My apologies if you hear my phone vibrating. See, that's a 77 by 14 versus 66 by 12. It's not like I need to fix it since nobody's seeing my feet. I do want to actually utilize my full body more often where applicable. That would probably be... Alright, Mr. Popular. I don't know what's causing this. Oh, it's Gandalf liking my shit. Of course. I should have known better. That's what I get for sending out notifications on social media. People are actually going to look at them. Fuck. So it's a very minor shading difference between those 2 reds. That's just to simulate that one's going to be lower, one's going to be higher. The darker one is always on the, air quotes, bottom per the crossover, even if it is going to be on top with the insertion points. And you will see these laces don't have anything that externally drops down for you to tie them. So that would either be tucked in or it's just not factored in. These are more for the zip-up sides, as you can see here with the hooks. And this is one thing that bothers me very much so about my old design. These knee pads. Like, I have one shin guard here and one, the eyeball knee pad here covered in spikes. Like, you can see here that the lines on the shin pad, shin guard, however you prefer, these are too variable in their line density. That was intentional, but the thing is, I was intending it to be the same approximate lines on all 4 segments here. The C, the M, the C, the Y, and the K. The C got it the worst, and it stands out particularly. It makes it feel like the cyan segment is smaller than the others. Even though you can see here, this is mirrored down the center of the guard. Just bad line placement on my part, yeah, that makes it look worse. So if I redo the full ensemble on my Chibi model, I'm going to have to rethink how I actually implement some of these armor pieces. Like, I'm still going to do the tentacles on the sides. I'm still going to have these square pyramids on the edges. But I'm going to have to rethink proportions. I'm going to have to rethink the line density, the colors, because keep in mind, the body is approximately half as large, and it's going to be more pear-shaped. It's going to be wider on the bottom, narrower at the top. So I can't use the same proportions on everything. Like, I'm not even sure if I should be putting in these coin zippers on the bracers. You hate those pyramids. Screw those. I did sincerely think that I was going to design more emotes that had my tentacles popping up into frame. Like, they would be... Here we are. I figured I would have things where my tentacles would be, like, unraveling, and you could see them splayed out, kind of like a peacock's tail, or, failing that, they would be going up into frame, and I could use them like Doc Ock's tentacles, holding miscellaneous nonsense. Maybe controllers, maybe keyboards, styluses, you name it. I had plans for those, but unfortunately I ran out of money. I couldn't hire the rigger to do more toggles. So it's a matter of, do I even try to design it at this stage? Because I can't afford more bells and whistles on it. So I decided against even designing it at that stage. You will see some of this if I go to... Let's see here. Design 01, GD breakdown. I don't need the KRA. I need slide 7. But you can see here, I did actually start working on perpendicular appearances. Whether or not I'd be rotating it, whether or not I would be showing them at different angles. Never again. Oh my god, that would be so cool. You know what? You'll do it for me? I am trying to minimize my encroachment upon your generosity. I'm glad you like the idea, though, because as you can see here, I was working on something resembling a practical implementation. It just... it was somewhere between my own design abilities for working on a model for the first time and what I could afford from a rigger. But yes, I was looking into ways to separate the individual segments here because each one of these pyramid quarters would come off and have its own claws. There would be the way to show them from a side view and profile, basically. And also the cuffs here. These 4 segments on each side, the alternating... what do you call that? A beige? A taupe? An off-white. These alternating whites and blacks, they were originally going to have text on them for like 4-letter phrases or quotes. I ended up not really implementing the text because they were going to be typically under view. You wouldn't be able to see them. And furthermore, I wasn't sure if I would be able to keep the text legible while animating these jaws basically opening and shutting. So I'd have to redraw these things damn near entirely if I was actually going to have them open and shut to release the tentacles. And at that stage, am I so married to the text that I want to keep it visible? I don't know. This is one asset that I do want to find other applications for. This coin, this central focus from inside the pyramids. This is something I want to find another application for. Maybe if I do another outfit for my base model, I would have that as a necklace instead of the dog tag with Oriri. Or maybe I would have that on the bracers instead, since I'm already using the circular tabs as zippers. And just one more month, you'll probably get a subscription for Live 2D anyway. Might as well do you that favor. Get your money's worth. God damn it. When I was looking into rigging, I was My biggest concern was that I wouldn't be able to figure things out in the limited time that you get a free trial. And from my very limited exploration, it does seem like that was the case. I would not be able to do that while streaming or while working on music or anything else. Definitely not while drawing. Drawing's a huge time commitment, so... I understand the intensity of a commitment getting into Live 2D has. So, while I'm comfortable making the art for assets like this, I don't know if I would have it in me to actually figure out rigging. You can only teach an old dog so many tricks, and frankly, I've forgotten most of the ones I've learned. Ooh, digging the idea, rip. I have designs that I have still just barely gotten out of the concept phase, because I knew I wouldn't be able to practically implement them with my previous hardware constraints. Like, one thing I wanted to work on, let me see if I can download a reference image. Could not load the item. It's a PNG! Yeah, get out of my way, I'll do this. Oh, it's a WebP, no wonder. Fuck that. I'll have a converter. And that just saved under... Didn't go to my downloads folder. You know, this'll work. Very small, unfortunately, because that's what you get for goddamn WebP. One thing I was working on that, unfortunately, I didn't make any substantive progress on. I did a little, but not much. I was working on finding a way to treat my tentacles as a sort of fibrous mesh that could be turned into a poncho. And I would only really need 2 modes for this proper, because I wanted to do the Clint Eastwood style poncho. I'd want it so I could just have it down straight, covering probably like half my body. Maybe another better reference would be... Is this one good resolution? It should work. Okay. You'll hopefully be able to see what I'm getting at with this one. Just need to save it as a PNG, because fuck your goddamn WebP and WebM formats. I'm looking into something that's basically this, I'm gonna stick with poncho as a descriptor. So, naturally, the implementation is very different between these two characters. But I would want something that gives you a minor bit of mobility in the front, but also that could be draped around the shoulders as needed. Because if you're going to do a full model anyway, you don't want to obfuscate half of it with a fabric that you have to subject to goddamn texture physics. Bayonetta, of fucking course. Look, I don't simp for a whole lot, but Bayonetta has to be on that list. What else do you expect from me? Absolutely. I do think that you might be surprised by the Western affectations, however. As I've said before, half my family's from the goddamn South, so naturally, if I can make a cowboy model, I want to make a cowboy model. It's probably going to end up more Desperado-themed, you know, courtesy of, well, my color scheme. And also the Bayonetta influences. But realistically speaking, if I'm going to be a black hat, I'm not going to be cosplaying a good guy. This isn't going to be, why am I blanking on the name? It was a Western my uncle and I used to watch. It's gone out of my head. I haven't watched it since he passed, so that has been a few years, but I thought I would remember it. You know, I know how this goes. I'm going to say I'll remember it later when it's no longer important. It'll take probably 40 minutes to an hour, and then I will shout it out of nowhere when it is absolutely context inappropriate. My brain needs that time to goddamn buffer. I replaced the RAM, not the CPU, right? Bitch old for real. Absolutely, positively. So yeah, I am looking into something that's more of a Western motif, a gunslinger, desperado type thing, and for that implementation, I would not have these tentacles draped around me. Because I've said this before, but I don't know if I've actually shown my references. This is probably a better one. Let me just steal that. Oh, it's auto-saving and transforming. Okay. It's not a miracle worker. That should put it at just about the right height. Okay. Could probably bring that in a little tighter, actually. Well, that was my water bottle. Hopefully it's still sealed. Okay. I don't need you right now. Beat it. This is something that I wanted in my model, which was unfortunately very difficult to achieve without blocking off a lot of space. Yeah, the autism ADHD way, so no more badass leather vibe. If I go for a gunslinger desperado, I'm going to have some, well, I'm not just going to be tanning hides, I'm going to be wearing them, you know? No sense in hiding the leather daddy fed it. No, I'm not saying it, no. Sad. Wishing and praying. Okay. But here's the thing. This is something I wanted in my model. Did I finish the bottle last night? I got close, but I didn't do the full 2 liters. No. I refilled it. Don't worry. So yeah, this was something that I was working with that... Nope, wrong scale. There we go. Disgusting. Look, this is something that I wanted in my model because I do like these long duster coats, these fluttering trench coats flapping in the breeze. But the thing is, I was worried about actually losing visibility on my character because something that you see fairly often with these coats is that they dominate the silhouette, and if they aren't dominating the silhouette, then they are covering up a significant amount of the rest of the design. I'm looking for a good PNG I can pull for this. Okay, this one might actually be what I need. It's a reference to a figure, not the actual, like, in-show or in-manga material, but it will hopefully get the point across. Why is everything a WebP now? I would take a JPEG over this crap. Ah. See, this is one of the problems when you use a long coat in design. And this is an issue that's most pronounced from behind, but it can also happen in the front, depending on your implementation. When you see this long coat from behind, the majority of details about the character are lost. Never mind the fact that you're losing the bodily silhouette, you are losing details from the pants, the pose, etc. It's all being dominated by the wardrobe and that specific physics implementation. If there even is physics, it could just be posing. So one thing I did with my design, because I wanted a long coat like this, but I didn't want to risk blocking off chunks of my model, you can see here I have the tentacles forming basically the hemline, the outermost edge of a long coat. And I want the ability to, for want of a better phrase, put on and take off that coat without actually impacting the majority of my model. So the jacket was planned as a mainstay from the beginning. You think a little less detail would do me and you some good. Yeah, this is something that I had to confront very late on. I had to admit to myself that I was doing this because I wanted every part I wanted implemented. Like, everything that didn't require paying for more toggles, I did. Whether it made sense or not, because I had the idea, I wanted to try it. If I was being smart about it, I could claim this was all purely experimentation. But it was just me being kind of vain and selfish. I did everything I wanted to do with this model that was practically executable. As I said before, I wanted to do more toggles where I had the tentacles animated to appear upwards, involved in regular animations. Let's see, one other thing I wanted to do but didn't was I wanted to have the armor pieces, the shin guard and the knee cover. I wanted those to be removable and to be put on my hands like weapons when I'm in a combat sequence in a game. But here's something that I realize I don't do often enough. I have a hood. I don't use it when I'm in stealth. That is a manual toggle. It doesn't just happen automatically. I'm not, what's it called? Linebreaker or Graves? I think Graves. The models that Silvervale's been using for Fallout and Elder Scrolls, those are reactive. Those are directly correlated with her actions in-game. That is complexity I can barely comprehend, let alone execute. So the idea of me wanting to have these two armor pieces equipped as weapons per specific sequences, at that stage I would also probably have to automate the equipping of the hood. And I have no practical idea how to execute that. And whether or not I should be doing more. Like, every time I hydrate, do I have my character lift up a bottle and drink? Well, that would require I do more angles on the arms. I would have to redraw most of these things. And the thing that puts me off there most, redrawing the hands to hold and manipulate things. The hands were the last body parts I worked on this model. I started working on clothing it before I remembered, air quotes, that I had to still do the hands. Because I was just putting them off that damn long. Look, I went into little details on stuff like the HUD for my chest flaps before I actually just gave myself digits. If I ever do a pirate motif, I'm just telling you right now, there is a non-0% chance that if I turn myself into a pirate, I'm going to have 2 hooks for hands, because I don't want to draw hands. I'm not, what's-his-face, the author for My Hero Academia. I don't have it in me to do a villain whose entire motif is hands. Shigaraki gives me nightmares, not because he's a villain, but because I'm trying to figure out how I would draw him. It's horrifying. Hands are always a pain. Some of the most common, but easily broken body parts in drawing. You keep trying to fight the AI allegations? I saw one where it's, I think it was Vision from Age of Ultron, where it's like, maybe I am a monster, instead it's maybe I am an AI. And it's like, it's Vision, so that makes it even better. But it's like, it was posted on something about how AI fucks up hands every time. And meanwhile, this model is probably the first time I did hands even halfway decently in like 5 years. There's a reason I use gloves and all other manner of crutches with hands. You cover them up, you deck them out with rings or other damages. You never just do the hands straight up. Never. I see you stammering in there, but I can't pronounce that. For real at this point, AI can do hands better than me. Have you seen that shit with, oh, what's it called? It's not just called Grok anymore, but it's part of X. They got an anime waifu for their AI implementations. I think it's just called Annie. And they're already talking about doing a male version as well, and, how am I supposed to compete with that? If not only do you have, like, a fully animated and acted pocket waifu, basically, and it can also do digital art, that's like $30 a month for that model they're talking about. I've seen people drop way more for less personalized, streamer gratification, if you will. Honestly, I used to start my sketches with the hands. I save the hands for last if I'm doing digital. If I was still drawing things manually with graphite, charcoal, and such, I would probably start with the hands as well. I don't even need the full skeleton of the human body. I can cheat that. Slay? There you go. Let's zoom out of my crotch for a moment here. So, we were going over details like why I chose the tentacles and their placement for basically the simulation of a long coat. If I were to do things like the poncho, then they would still be ejecting from my back, as you've seen from... Let me pull up a reference. This is slide 8 or 9? Slide 8, okay. As you can see here, the tentacles can constrict into my back, and then the ejector has changed from my old concept art, where it used to just be like a small cylindrical insertion point, but now I wanted to make it more like, it's gonna sound dumb, but it's gonna be honest. I wanted to make it more like long pajamas and having a butt flap. So I gave myself a triangular butt flap. I could pretend it's a tail or whatever, whether the tentacles are in or out. But the point is that those pyramids, they don't just go away. The pyramids are attached. They are part of the tentacles. So they constrict, they suction cup back in, and maybe I can do a quick doodle on that. Let's see. The premise being basically that... Oh, it's on a transform, not a brush. Okay. How do I... Just... generic legs here for the moment being. Okay. So basically, this would be the ass, this would be the triangular butt flap, and the tentacles would be emerging from approximately here. If you can see where I'm going. Now, this would still result in the triangular pyramids needing to actually go somewhere. So they would be alongside the flap, as you can see here in my Pokemon Trainer art. They would... it changed tabs again. They would line up with the flap in my rear position. They'd probably slightly overtake it. So yeah, here we would have them repositioned to be outward at such an angle, and the 3 triangles would be approximately in line. Flat-ass booty. This is just a quick demonstration. I am actually packing. Not quite a full-on bakery, but I'm not gluten deficient. So... basically what we'd be looking at would be something to the effect of... these would be the pyramids, and you would have the flap down there. Not that pronounced, actually. Probably something more like that. And it would be like a bit of a spinal reinforcement, but it's mostly just to cover up the fact that the tentacles would be theoretically coming from the tailbone of the spine. Which at that point, if I'm drawing my back, I would then have to add some spinal divots. Whether or not I would put those on the outside of the coat or on the inside, I probably wouldn't put them on the outside of the coat. I would want more patterning on the back of my jacket, however. Something kind of... Let's see. Do I have this locally, or do I need to Google it? I think I have to Google it. Hang on. Okay, just rip that. Thank you for being the first image of the day to actually have a JPEG. Where do you send it? I just have to refresh the folder. Okay. You don't get a good view of the back of the jacket from here. You only get a bit of the rear, considering it's meant to be turning. So your forward facing is the arm and the slit under that, with some of the belts. But you don't really get to see the back of the jacket. I would want something like Alex Mercer's pattern here, but I would want something that's more distinctly me, not just ripping Alex Mercer's jacket pattern. And I think they changed the pattern between Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 anyway. A lack of confidence. So I would want more than just like the shoulder blades of the jacket patterned as well. But considering I'm going to be losing a chunk of the jacket to the butt flap and the pyramids, I would have to think that maybe I only get 2/3 of the jacket to play with on pattern-wise. And even then, how much do I want to play into it? Because not only am I losing part of the jacket to the bottom with those triangles, I'm losing part of the top of it as well. Remember, this thing around my neck with the Nemes pattern, that's a hood. So I'm probably going to be losing at least the top 15% of the jacket as well, because it's behind my neck. So if I do go for a jacket pattern like that, I'd probably have to cordon off, let's see. Oh, that's under it, okay. I'd probably have to cordon off the top 10-15% of it, and that means that the pattern would need to work with or without that top 15% of it, because the hood could be up or down, and that means I'm going to be losing this percentage as well. But this percentage actually, it's on a black surface, you dumbass. This surface is not going to be flexible, because whether I have the pyramids retracted or not, I'm going to have the butt flap. So this is going to be covered up at least partially at all times. So I feel like I have about 60% of the jacket to play with, and the top half has to be optional because of the hood. So I am actually still in the throes of designing something resembling a full body, what do you call it, a reference sheet? But I want to finish the Chibi model first, which is, again, only going to be front-facing. And then once I'm decided on that, then I can work back on the original and try to do a full-body reference sheet from all angles. Like, one thing I want to do that, it's very stupid, but it's in my mind, I want to design the treads on my boots. I want something kind of like Obi Katie Cat, where she has the paw pads on the front third of it. And keep in mind, this is the bottom of the shoe. This is never going to be practically seen unless I do some goddamn art specifically depicting it. This is a me problem. That said, it's a me problem, and I'm still going to confront it. Rip, yeah. Let me get rid of some of these layers. We don't need these now. Enough is enough. My greed sickens. There is no such thing as too much detail as long as I can get somebody else to draw it. While it's my problem, however, I have to at least pretend I have restraint. Get rid of that too. There we go. What is that? I thought it was a chip in my display. No, it's fine. Just a hair. So yeah, I have several ideas for different outfits that I would want to do. And now that I actually have the hardware, I can practically implement them. I don't know how soon they're going to happen, because this Chibi model, I feel like I'm going to save it for either my birthday or... I feel like my birthday would be a good estimate on that one. It's not going to be in time for the first anniversary. Maybe the second, but my first anniversary as this VTuber, it's not going to happen. Not in that time frame. God, you're so glad Loki's not keen on that detail. You'd be dead if he wanted as much as me. Well, I told you, simplify. Like, this one, I think I actually have something, I know, taboo, AI generated, that might make my point quickly. Let's see, here and here. Where did I throw that thing? When is my anniversary, by the way? It's the opposite of my birthday. My birthday is 4/9, my anniversary is 9/4. I did it specifically to pit the Europeans and the Americans against each other. Illegal, how dare I? Okay, I found it. Here we go. This is something that isn't probably intuitive, but if you were to compare this to, say, Rodon from Bayonetta 1, the lines from the edge of my mask, they are very similar to my IRL facial hair edges. Now, this is a more dramatized version because, naturally, AI has nothing resembling subtlety. Especially not for whenever I did this. It was probably like a year or two ago. Actually, no. If I debuted my model last year, it had to be probably 2 or 3 years ago. It's so cursed. It is. But the important thing here... put that back on black. Yeah. Shrink that down to a 10 point. Or 10. As you can see here, the facial hair is the line. Like, it's very easy to get caught up in the complexity of making a skull mask, but realistically... a little bit of a divot there for the soul patch. And then we drop that back out. It's a very simple beard. It's a goatee with a soul patch and a chin strap. Now, obviously, in terms of practical implementation, it's not that easy. It's not just saying, oh yeah, start with a default face and then throw a beard on it. This is a chibi. How often do you see chibis with full beards? This one, it leans more into the mask being its own tactile object. Versus, well, this one. You get a bit of an overhang from the cheekbones, but frankly speaking, it's easier to imagine this as a beard if you just say the mouth is hidden. It's giving Chad? Really? I hope you're talking about the AI one and not me, because I'm clearly not. Okay, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Bring that back, toss that out. Take your time. There you go. Like, okay, let me just put this... I haven't changed anything on here, I don't need to save it. Okay. I am, though? Really? Is it finally judging time? I'm just trying to show you how quickly I could thumb through the process. This is not really going to be representative. I would want to go back to the model because what I was planning on doing is implementing the arm today, or arms plural, and then being left to, you know, clothe it on my own time. Yeah, really, duh. Such a Chad. For real, for real. Just a wheezy little queer with a computer. Absolute Giga Chad. Now, obviously, if I was actually treating this as a serious implementation, it would be a lot cleaner. But I'm just trying to go through this quickly. So there you have the divides for the mouth, the skull at the edge. You have the brow line. And for the edges of the head, again, it's a Nemes pattern. You'd want to treat those basically like headphones. So you just draw them with a cup on the side, blocking off the ears. Another thing you don't have to worry about drawing is the human ears, because then we just go straight to... Giga Chad, or as the youth would say, Rizzler coded. Is it wrong that the first thing I thought about when I saw Rizzler was Rinzler from Tron Legacy? Rinzler had Riz, but nobody else is allowed to use that word. It doesn't fit for anybody I can think of, really. That's what these shits are supposed to be? I don't know how to tell you this, but most of this is just a glorified skin over my IRL self. The cheekbones are not that big or pronounced, but the bottom half of the mask is just my beard. The Nemes at the side of my head that are covering up my ears, those are earphones. And the bags under my eyes, those things that look like multicolored lenses, they're just bags. Not anything is better than Gen Alpha lingo. Oh, my sister's a teacher. I do not envy her having to listen to that for hours a day. So let's see here. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And again, we're simplifying this. I've drawn myself quite a bit and refined it. Like, when I was making my original model, I only had the design approximately figured out when I started. I was going through the design process as I was making it. Cursor, show up, damn you. Thank you. Ordinarily, I prefer to be a plotter over a pantser, and no shit, you're struggling so much, and I've never corrected me. What do you want me to say? I wasn't planning on correcting you because I was still baffled that you drew me in the first place. Like, okay, even looking at my Chibi, my Fugi right now, look at this. You see how my eye bags are on the mask here? You see how I have these light refractions in my eyes that are CMY coded? I'm still figuring things out. I am not 100% set on my design yet. Part of that is me being a perfectionist. Part of that is me wanting to experiment. I don't have 100% commitments yet. I have ideas. I have things that I generally lean towards. But even here, it's like the idea of making my Nemes and my Hood blend together to be more Cobra-like. I already have a Cardassian in my reference sheets as one of my references. Is it Garrick or Gul Dukat? I think it's Garrick. Elam Garrick, if you want a full name. Yeah, because I have him in the tux from the Bashir episode. Okay. Like, I want to lean more on the reptilian, even, like, a Cobra side of things, because I like reptiles. It's like, how heavily do I want to lean on reptiles, however, because I've got these big jackal ears on the back of my hood. These are meant to be more Anubis-inspired. Do I want to be both a Cobra and a jackal? Well, I've got tentacles, too, and early on, I was referring myself as, like, a dogtopus, because I wanted to have both the canine elements and the cephalopod stuff. Do I have a reptile, a cephalopod, and a canine? Is that too much? Is that just a chimera of nonsense? Commitment issues unlocked. And how? Like, I have all these different bits and pieces I wanted to put into my character even before I went into the cybernetics, even before I went into the punk affectations, even before I necessarily decided I wanted to be necrotech. I could have just been retrotech, but am I old or am I full-on resurrected? Yes, it is too much. You see, that is how you get something as busy. Not that one, this one. That is how you get something as busy as my bottom half. My top half is adequate. I feel like it's a bit too detail dense in some places, but it works for what it is. My bottom half, however, between the tentacles, the bracer spikes, the belt buckles, the pistol on my hip, the boots, it's very detail dense, and I could tolerate that level of detail if it wasn't also such a chaos of colors. How am I not too lazy to do all that? I don't categorize it as me being more or less effort. I categorize it as me just wanting more stuff. This was me throwing my original design at the wall to see what stuck. I wanted to put everything I could think of into it. Like, actually, hang on. Can I bring this in here? Let's see. Like, here is my character with no clothing, the basic top, and the fully hooded, fully covered top on there. Like, look at just how much mass is added by the different pieces of apparel that I'm stacking on top of each other. I already gave myself very pronounced shoulders with that bit of a divot like I'm being partially peeled. Because, you know, I'm already a flayed design. But I already pumped up the shoulders, I pumped up the neck, but then I add the jacket collar, I have the hood here, and then you factor in these pronounced shoulder spikes, and even putting on the hood makes it even taller. It's a very top-heavy model, and I do like the idea that so much of this just keeps building on top of each other. But simultaneously, look at the amount of detail that I'm hiding by adding clothes. Look at all of the braiding and all of the musculature that, yes, it's part of my design, but the second I add a jacket or a hood, it's just gone. If I add the hood, by the way, I'm losing partial the top collar as well. And I'm losing detail in the face because I add darkening. I want to say it's like a 75% black opacity. I'm darkening a shadow over everything except for the eyes and these blue lights on the neck. Everything else gets further hidden. And this is not a detail that's, this is not a detail problem exclusive to the top half of my body. You can see here with the feet as well. Based on the way I drew the feet, it looks like I have the boots giving me an extra, what do you call that, a 1-2 inch wedge. But also the toes don't line up with where they should be based on the angle of the shoe. So is that just bad angling on my work? Am I trying to pump up the size of the model? You have the tentacles here dragging the view downward. You have the asymmetry in the leg coverings, the belts, the shin guards, the knee pads, etc. It's pulling all over the place. And as always, we have all this braiding in the musculature that just gets hidden. It's like I'm drawing details that I'm then never going to see again. I think the only time I've shown off the bottom half of my body while I'm using the topless toggle was when I was using the Monsoon apparel in one of my Metal Gear Rising Revengeance streams. And that's just because I only drew new apparel for the top half. I gave myself a Monsoon wife beater and an Armstrong 2020 baseball hat. I just didn't draw new pants for that. It was a very crude outfit. But this is a problem I have. This is something that I need to square away. I add everything I want, whether or not it's actually going to be practically implemented. Whether or not you're even going to see it. Put them dogs away? They are away, technically. There is a low opacity shoe over them. I've seen Naomi Woo? I've seen Sexy Cyborg wearing goddamn translucent shower curtains as a skirt and then plugging RGB into them. If she can get away with that in China, I think I can get away with this in America. But we're not in America. We're on Twitch. I'm in America, damn it. I see you are Ewing. I know what makes you cheer. A man that doesn't bring me the one tickets he's actually assigned to. And you ew at Victor as well? How dare you? That Securitron has a cowboy hat. The audacity. So I guess that's a more just verbal diarrhea as to why I design certain things the way I do and whether or not I even should be designing them that way. In my head, this is probably only simple to draw because A, I'm not actually drawing this in real time right now. And B, I've seen it so much. I have stared at my face way too much for somebody who hates his actual flesh. But looking at my cartoon character, looking at my... it's more manageable. Like, you've heard the Mechanicus line. From the moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusted me. I hate my meat. I hate my body, this pile of broken parts. Excuse you for having better taste in men than me? I guess that's my fault then. I'm bi, not fully committed to either team. I can still pick and choose. But it's not quite an all-I-can-eat buffet if I'm just getting bitten back. But yeah, again, that was just a quick scribble there. That's not meant to be a practical implementation or demonstration of anything. It's a matter of how much detail is important versus how much detail do I like. Like, the printer slot on my chest right now. When I redo the clothing on this model, I'm going to have to reconsider the proportions for the face on there, if I even have a face, to look like I've got the Grigori chest out of Dragon's Dogma 1. Am I trying to roleplay Damon? Not really, but it was a design detail I liked. Am I going to draw now, or, you know, let's get to it then. As I said before, I want to work on the arm first, so we're not going to be doing that much, air quotes, drawing freehand right now. We're going to start with, let's see, I should probably put this at about a 20. And let me bring that back up. One thing that I have with my original model I'm not going to do here is this spread out gray segment that raises the shoulders. I might do a gray semicircle line to split it a little, but I'm not going to have that full on, like, chunked out part of the shoulder. So let's see, do I want to go full Samus Aran here, or... Nope. Please take your time. It's going to respond eventually. There we go. That's what I want to see. Okay, I feel like that'll give adequate coverage there. Alrighty. Arms are going to go behind the torso layer once we're actually in there. But for now, I'm going to just reduce the opacity of the torso. That way I can figure out the alignment. Excuse you? While it loads, hydrate. There we go. So it's a little bit over the edge of the shoulder, but I also want to keep the curvature a bit more gradual there. Okay, now let's see. Next, I want just a little bit in the way of here, less, and then we're going to do one more layer up. Okay, like we do. Going to bring that part right about here. We're not going to need that now. A little bit. There we go. I know how to hydrate on my own. Control Z really be a game changer. It is my most commonly used button combo. Almost certainly. Alrighty then. I'll put on the gray slit once we get to... Actually, same circle proportions. At approximately, let's call it about there. Don't select the head, damn it. Thank you. Oh, are we sufficiently beautifying now? Okay, and from there I want... Oh. That should be good. Okay, that should be easier off to segment with a bit of gray. I'm not doing any color just yet. Okay. Okay, that'll be fine if I shrink it there. Yep. Actually, don't move that yet. Let me just copy paste it. I want the proportions viable at different angles. Okay. Concentration plus, what is that, a million? A billion? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ooh. 10 billion. I don't think I had that much concentration in me, sadly. Not going to stop me from trying, though. Keep that at a 20 point. Should be fine. Yeah, I wanted to narrow that in just a smidgen. Less pronounced curvature. I don't want it to look overly muscular. Chibi not meant to be that buff. Okay. This one has multiple curves on it, so maybe... Alrighty. And then one more will be right around... Too much. Too much. Control Z. It's my most used button combination for a reason. Slightly less on that angle, then bring it back down. Krita also has the Intelligent Eraser. Intelligent enough. I hold it back slightly. Oh, too much turning the other way. Nah. Show me where you're going to spit that out exactly. You see, even with this right now, I'm just manipulating a very simple PNG, basically. It's got maybe 12 lines to it. And it's still... It's pushing me up to 37 gigs of RAM in use because of everything else going on in the dock. Okay, that should be good then. I don't want to get rid of these lines entirely, but just... just these edges so I can conceal that in the creases of the elbow. So I should be able to make that clean enough. Now we're going to bring this over here. And I want to figure out just how much... Like, the elbow segment, I'm not going to lose that much space on, thankfully. It's the upper arm that I'm going to have to find a way to condense in a way I don't hate. Alrighty. I have several sections with straight lines on it, mostly this gray bar wrapping around it, as well as this one above the wrist. Those are going to involve some straight lines. Most of this, however, is going to be curved. Let's see. I should probably start with the elbow first, and then move on to that. Okay. Oh, wrong layer. There we go. How badly do I want to condense that? It looks like it's about a third, probably 40%. Because, like, ideally, I would have this full curvature maintained. We're just going to lose the musculature, so I should probably shorten it approximately here and here. Because we're going to be losing mostly muscle anyway. I feel like I'd like to have these gauges here for the muscles be 3 circles that are approximately the same size. Here, these were free-handed, but I'd like to... yeah. I think so. Hmm. Bit more gradual. Bring that one back over here. Okay. Shrink that. Okay, version. I should take that back down to 20 before I do this one. Hmm. Okay, that seems gradual enough. How long has the music been off? I didn't realize I played out that entire list. Eeny, meeny, miny. This one should be good. Hang on. I need to make sure I stay in white bat. That's too short. That'll do. There was music for the first hour, and then I forgot to actually put the playlist on loop or get another one. Is it too quiet? I have it set on 5%. I can crank that a little. There we are. Anything more than 10% in the YouTube player with my default audio settings seems to blow out, well, damn near everything. It's fine? Good. Okay. Okay, now this is one of the few straight lines in my arm, so... I'm going to start with the bottom, actually, before I go to straight lines, because I don't know if I want to do the condensing anywhere else. This is one of the things that's annoying with Chibi versions. You have to figure out where you can actually afford to shrink things without losing too much of the original character. Also, even though it looks like this is all part of the arm with the PNG I'm using right now, the web shooters on my sides where the tentacles plug in, those are actually on a much deeper layer, probably closer to the bottom of the torso, which is very low in the priority. So even though these are drawn on the arms so they appear, I'm not going to be doing these today. I have to figure out more with the clothing layers first. It's fine, you guys just didn't notice it. I was trying to keep it relatively tame. Even though White Bat Audio is very cooperative with me, I don't want to tempt fate by just turning this into a full-on soundtrack stream. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I don't need to go to the full width of those templated wrists there, because I'm not going to be using this angle from the original Chibi template. I will be using it as a reference for finger length beyond this, but otherwise, it's just kind of here as a placeholder. Okay. I feel like shrinking this particular stretch of the arm, that's probably going to be the best, yeah. Don't do that yet, no. Go back here. How big do I want that? There. Too big. hydrate as soon as I get this in position. I might actually have to redraw the elbow segment, make it a bit larger. Let's see. Forearms are just too narrow. Yeah, gotta redraw that. At least the proportions are gonna stay solid, so I just need to make it wider. I can have a little bit of heft on it, thankfully. Okay. That's the problem with trying to Chibify things. You need to actually... It's a process redoing the proportions. Oh well. Let me just give myself another rough guideline here so that I know the proportions I'm aiming for. I could afford to go bigger, actually. Hey, Gandalf, you're just in time for the redrawing the thing that I already drew once, but not properly proportioned. But now we can do it in real time because I have RAM. I need to move that away. Let's draw. It's too bad we didn't do that let's draw thing while we had all the cowboy stuff up earlier, but what can you do? Alright, okay. You know what it is? I think there's different presets for different categories when you're on Twitch. That was the thing we were having the discussion on earlier with the chat staying, well, just staying, period. Just move all of this a little ways over, so I can hopefully think a smidgen clearer. Okay. Only a smidgen, though. Not much. That should be all I need to say. Ooh, loving the shared emotes in the chat. Okay, let's see. I think my, height-wise, I got all the proportions I wanted with the changes in, like, the metal struts along the arm. But now we gotta make it all wider. And I'm tempted to just stretch it out there, but that's gonna cause pixelation. So, here we go. Don't look at that right now, we're not using it. You're all being so sweet in chat, I wonder where that goes when we actually start talking. Who am I kidding? I know where it goes! I encourage it to go! Baby girl, shut up. This is a conversation between you and Gandalf. Alrighty, then. You know, I was worried I was making the arms too stubby, but then I just remembered to look out and look at my goddamn legs. Like, my Chibi version's legs are just slightly larger than the upper half, the thighs, of my main model. So, the Chibi translation's never gentle. Line, need a curve. There we go. Okay. No, I was thinking about putting a circle near the wrist mount, but no, I don't want to do that now. Let's go back to the elbow then, so I can start framing things in a little more. Okay, let's try. Did I hydrate yet? You know, I'll do it again, just to be safe. So what have you been chatting about that I'm missing out on? Well, I hope everybody is sufficiently warm for their own tastes, getting enough rest, not hating work. I'm not butting into your conversation, don't you worry, I'm just aware of it. Ever so slightly. Don't hydrate too much unless you drown, then you have hydrated too much. There is also a means by which you can hypersaturate yourself without drowning. That's not an encouragement to find the route, by the way, but it is possible. Drown them, then! Alright, then we'll get some floaters straight out of Diablo 4. Or am I mistaking that terminology for just... I wish I went back in that game. I have the, what do you call it, the Vessel of Hatred expansion. I never went back. I got bored. You know, I'm probably going to have to push these in a bit more. Oh. Not those ones? Ah, there it is, layer 10. Going to cut it a little close on that side, but it should still be enough. really do need to put that wine on before I move it, though. Okay. Let me just make sure I'm not leaving this one out. Do I want to pull the trigger on it just there, exactly? I think that'll work, just it might not be ideally. We'll see. No, too much. Too much. Can you hear when I have the stylus in my mouth? I don't even think about it, because I know I make noises while I do that. It's just... It's how I draw. I hold all the utensils I can all at once, even if that means they're not in a hand. Dual wielding. I could go Zoro. I mean, I got one in my mouth, I got a mouse, I got my left hand kind of just dangling on the Control Z. Yeah, sure, try wielding. As in, I'm going to try wielding something other than my own ineptitude. I think that'll do. down a little bit of this then. Okay, that just leaves something for the veins on the wrist. That'll be up the forearm as well as just I need a little bit more near the elbows. Okay. I'm going to condense things now a little. If I regret it, it's going to be because of here. It's going to be these wrist lines. Actually, I can't address this right now. I should. Leave those for obvious sanding down later. For now, I just want to get something connected differently. You know, I'm not using the emotes to downscale canvas right now. I'm just going to close that, no saving. Okay. Okay, put that one on top. I like those proportions better. Okay, now I can condense it without feeling guilty. There we go. So now I just need a bit more between the wrists, or a bit above it, and the elbow offshoots. Okay. I'm still liking the idea of making these gauges circular. Yeah. I'd like it better if they move. There we go. Still have like 50 minutes left on that playlist. It's just the music's dampened a little. Okay. No, I'm making it too big and overcomplicated. No, I just need to get that little bit of flesh in there. It's hard to say on this one, because this segment right here, where it's going to be grayed out with the longest part of the arm, like as far as a single object goes, I feel like this has gotten too distended. It's no longer like a steel beam. It's a vase. It's a curvaceous hexagon. And granted, all of the other assets are where I want them to be. It's a matter of, do I add one additional purple segment here to try and recalibrate? That feels like it's going to be adding more muscle, however, and I'm losing the presence of the steel beam. This big gray block. I'm also going to be getting an increase in the sort of off-whites, given the shift to this section above the dorsal side of the forearm, the lowermost reaches of it, or uppermost, depending on which way you want to angle it. At some point, you just have to commit, and then you can revise afterwards. So... oh, hang on. Before that transforms, let me bring this back. I'm not using the exact same pose as the Chibi template, so I am going to be offsetting this and bringing it... It's okay, you can handle it. I believe in you. templating in the background. Let's try throwing some color on this. I could be using fill on here, but I want to actually pace out how quickly I put the color in. This is one of the rare instances where I don't need to think when I'm coloring, so my brain is free to catch up on other things. Also conveniently, just to screw with my internal sorting system, upper arm has to go lower than lower arm in terms of the layer queue in order to get things to interface the way I like it. And that's reflected in the clothing as well, when you get to things like bracers and, well, all the belts and jazz. Lower is upper, and upper is lower. If I was doing any finer detail, I would be coloring like this naturally, but I'm just filling space. I'm trying to let my brain reacclimate to thinking again, in case I'm missing anything I want. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it. How long have I been on the wrong layer? God damn it. Could I salvage that? Yes. Do I want to? No. I'd rather preserve the layers as I intended them. Hydrate? Yeah. Given that mistake, I'm going to be salty for a bit, so... Put that back where it belongs. Forearm color. I'm going to drop a hard save right now. Manual save and hydrate as I do. Goody! Okay. All that freeing up my frontal lobe to color didn't help. Oh well. It's coming along quite well. As long as I can keep things on the correct layers this time, yeah, it's tolerable. I think it's satisfactory for me. I still don't see it where I want it yet. We'll find out. Just trust the process. I am my harshest critic. Nobody hates me more than me, and that extends to my work. It'll be fine. It'll be... yeah. It'll be tolerable. Okay, you doubt that I hate myself more than you do? It's not a competition, but if it were, I'd win. Don't distrust somebody that has decades of experience. I've been hating myself in private longer than you've been alive. Press X to doubt. Alright then, fine. You got some special Turkish German voodoo that would enable you to defy linear spacetime? By all means, let it fly the coop. Birds of a feather we can hate together. You asked all and he agreed with you. Well, goddamn. Me in particular. Why am I getting notifications from PlayStation to pre-order EA Sports FC 26 Ultimate? I'm not a sports baller. If I'm doing soccer, real football, it's not going to be in a game. Let's see here. And that additional shade. Put that down to 40 points, maybe 35. That should be enough. Actually, no, I might need that later. Keep it. This part's a lot simpler to color, thankfully, until we get to the braids. You thought that was your phone. I apologize. I gotta keep mine on for notifications from the doctor's office. But hey, at least they're just, they're non-relevant notifications. Thus far. I had to deal with something earlier about regaining access to an account that would let me actually look up my records. Because it's not possible to have all of that run through, you know, one office. Every goddamn specialist wants their own fucking web portal. Every one of them. Maybe that's an exclusively American problem. Because every one of those web portals, by the way, has unique payment methods. Okay. Yeah. I swear to God, I'm always getting so many notifications. At this point, you're starting to doubt the spam message lie you come up with. Only notifications you get are low battery. You need a better phone then. I keep mine on pretty damn consistently. And I only get low battery notifications every 2-3 days. Okay. I can hide that entirely for the moment. Because now we're going to be applying the braids. And the braided cables, by the way, I have shown off previously that I have... Do I still have a screenshot of this? The screenshot is small, but each of these braiding templates from top left to bottom right and vice versa for each color, as well as 2 of the flesh samples, whether it's going to be cyan on top or black, whether it's going to be magenta on top or yellow. I do have these templates ready to go. So the next time I do a project other than my Chibi model, I have these templates. It's going to be much simpler to implement. However, every other instance of my braided CMYK color scheme I've done so far on this model, the Chibi one, I did it with a much more crude method. So I'm still going to maintain that crude method for the arms as well as the neck once I get to that. Now, obviously, I've done some templating, as you can see here, with these swatches, but I don't have a brush. I have to line these up manually. So we're going to be doing things... how best to phrase this? We're about to get retarded in here. Let's start with the magenta and yellow. Yeah. I don't even see that right now. Just hide those, yeah. while these are all from left to top right in the original implementation, you can see there's also the alternation of yellow on top, magenta on bottom, and the differing angles, so... I believe I made everything magenta on top as well as blue on top. That's how you get the apparent pink and blue color scheme on the musculature, so... I think I'm going to be better off changing the orientation on this second segment while maintaining magenta on top in all cases. Did the music end? Music ended. I need another one. Let's see, what's the default orientation on those? Up to right, down to right, up to right. Oh my god, RIP. Did the stream go down, or are you just saying RIP for the amount of goddamn bullshit I told you this was a dumb method for how I'm doing my braiding. I have templates. I have better options. But I did the torso and the legs this way, so I want it to be, big-ass air quotes, consistent. Unless that OMG RIP is the stream going down, in which case, I still have a local recording, fingers crossed. You do realize that won't be visible. Yes, but I will know it's there. Oh, RIP to my details, yeah. I know if I zoom out, I could basically just use, like, a saturated pink-purple and a desaturated black-blue and speckle them with bits of yellow and black, respectively. I recognize that. I'm aware. But I want this done so I never have to think about it again. I know it's there. I'll be happy. Actually, I won't be happy. I will... My brain goblins will shut the hell up. At least for a while. I am so stupid. A self-aware idiot, at least. You know what they say, a truly insane person doesn't know they're insane. It's the same thing when you're stupid and or dead. Or all three. Okay. They gave me new anti-inflammatories to try and reduce the swelling. My arms still... I need that orthopedist. I need them faster. Thank you for the head pats. 2 of these in the default config. I mean, I need another 2 of these mirrored. Okay, come up. There we go. Quick question, have I ever heard of a thing called a clipping mask? Yes. I know that would be more efficient, considering I now have these masks I could be applying, but this is the way I did it for the legs and the torso. So if I want to make it appear consistent throughout the model, I have to do the same dumb way the entire time, because I didn't think of a clipping mask to start with. Or actually, no, I thought of a clipping mask to start with. I didn't have these ready as swatches or templates. Then why don't I use it? Consistency... being consistently dumb. Ugh. I want the whole model to look like it was done the same way. I can still use it? My brain won't let me. I don't have a good reason for it. It's just that yelling internal voice that usually tells me I'm not good enough. It's now giving much more specific advice, and none of it's useful. It'll look the same, all it changes that I have to do less work. The method has been selected. Tell my brain to shut up, then. I wish I could. That has been a problem for almost 20 years. I had the self-loathing long before I had anything diagnosable. You know what? Just hit it. That'll be as good as anything I can think of. Smack it around. You swear to God my inefficiency is gonna make me lose it. You have watched me hyper-optimize how much of... how many other games, really? Let me have my brain-dead nonsense here. No judging, ho. Or, I'm sorry, no judging, though. Not ho, but I know you'd call me that anyway. You know what was even more inefficient than this? Just for the record. These were mirrored so that they would be symmetrical, but This version of me, every line individually cast. I've said before, I was working on trying to accentuate certain angles. They were alternating more often. I actually had the yellow over the magenta and the black over the blue in some cases. Just know this. If you think you're suffering now, I could have made you see this. I wouldn't quite call myself a benevolent god, but I could be more malicious. You're glad you haven't had to know me long enough for that, then. Good! There's benefits to the late discovery. Ah. 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 I just need my... Okay. That should give me enough fingers to work with. Ah. Okay. Where was I? Rest my hand and drink something. I will drink something, but I will not rest. Yeah. Hydrated. You said rest, bitch. Go yapping for 10 minutes. I want to finish at minimum the forearm before I do any more excessive yapping. You know, as opposed to all the moderate yapping I usually do. Okay, make it 5 minutes then. No. It'll take hours for you to finish the forearms? No, it won't, actually. The black and blue segment, I only have to do... a little bit for. Wait a minute, I just saw somebody on Discord. Are you in Krita now, too? What are you working on? Oh, you're working on something. What are you cooking up? Your iPad is empty. Okay. Well, I'm all ears if you want to share with the class. Might as well just exercise your graphic tablet skills. There you go. Trust you, you'd yell at me if I saw how you draw. Your speed paints literally look AI made. Glad, though, I saw you opening credit, but not the fact that you've been on Monster Hunter for the past 2 hours. I missed that notification. You making some headway in World, then? I will say, I'm probably going to play some Wilds either tomorrow or sometime before the Flame Fate Festival starts. Because I want to see how the new RAM impacts that as well. That's not to say I'm not going back to World anytime soon, but priorities are on the new game. I've already played World to death on PlayStation, so... Do I need another PC save? Not particularly, but I have one. And I'm close to the end, air quotes, of the expansion. Going surprisingly well, okay. There we go. And now I just want to get the exact percentages on the opacity I'm turning that down by. Show me a leg, show me the braiding. Individual braids are down 50, 50, 50, and 50. Good. At that stage, I could just turn down the entire category, but I have it that way. That's how I like it. It also does impact whether or not you get certain transparency effects, because if you make the whole thing opaque, or less opaque, then it's going to get rid of these overlaps where it shades the colors together. It's a very minor color difference, but it's one that I like, so I want to do it that specific way. Go. that again. Okay. Going surprisingly well right now. Yes, I need another. Lacking efficiency once again. Swear to God, you're gonna jump off a bridge. Legally a joke. Ugh. It would be criminal of you to, It would be criminal of you to bail before we get to play again. Gotta have some more Monster Hunter. I need to see you make that progress. It sounds like you're taking flight. I want to watch you soar. Mostly through a dinosaur with a dino sword. I believe in you. Okay, I'm gonna need, let's see. Give me one of these. Turn off the black round. Give me one of these. I'm surprised you didn't say shit about me renaming that layer, by the way. That instead of I have a background, I also have a black ground. That seemed like it would have bothered you a whole lot more. Okay, so do I have these going the same way or different ways? No, I have left to right, and then left going up, and then right, left going down. Okay. That makes this a little more annoying, but not entirely unforeseen. Go ahead and paste it. There you go. So let's see, it should be descending cyan is on the right. There we go. Ascending cyan is going to be on the left. You're gonna show off your... You're gonna show off your damn skills, which are non-existent. I'm proud that I use layers, because you don't? How do you do any kind of extensive project without layers? Like, if we're just purely drawing, I understand, but if you're doing, like, a model, something that's going to require further manipulation, I don't know how you... How would I... What? Okay, that should be satisfactory. Which I think is on sale right now if you want another optimization automation sim. a model requires layers, but the art you made just for me, I'll use it just one layer and one additional, but just in case I screw. How the fuck did you do that with just 2 layers? Optimistically. Granted, yet you are treating it as actual drawing. If you could, you wouldn't use layers on a model either. Jesus. I guess there really is no going back to classical drawing for me anymore. Like, unless I'm just sketching lightly. Because I got too used to digital drawing after. It's easier for me with my hands the way they are. But even then, this is where most of my professional training went. I kind of left classical drawing by the wayside. Going back to some things just unfathomable. Wow. Further kudos to you. I would not be able to accomplish what you've been able to do without layers. Probably. Most certainly, actually. You don't use it, you lose it. Don't ask me, I wish I knew. Hold up. Oh. Okay, you're about to say something. Alright, do your worst. Check Discord. A third one is just referenced, by the way. What the fuck? Also, I know I don't have the most imaginative naming structure for my layers, and if you don't use them, you probably don't need it. Just IMG_1708. You do have at least Eben and Hintergrund, and Eben 2, copy. Which I guess is copy, because my brain didn't automate German. How? Like, we were talking earlier about the difficulties in implementing hands if you're doing a design, and, like, you can only erase so much. You can only rework so much once it's on the page. I have some very old doodles from when I was first doing the design for my model, and I gotta tell you, when I was sketching things out instead of, you know, working at my tablet, I was doing so because I was visiting family at the time, and, well, the internet down south is even worse than it is here. So it's not like I was going to be able to do much digital, even if I did have my tablet. I was just doing it by hand and felt inadequate. Like, I couldn't make revisions without starting from scratch over and over again. I'm not going to kill trees for that, generally. Now I just need the black. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you. Turn off the background for this part. Okay. For real, digital art is just cheaper in the long run as well. No need to buy new markers or whatever over and over again just to get certain colors. The worst I have to do with my setup right now, my stylus, it has a flexible tip so it doesn't cause any lasting damage to the tablet. But that means it also can wear down with usage over time. It comes with... hang on. It comes with spares. Ow. Here's the little inkwell it can stand for it. How many spares do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 left. I started with 8. That's including what I got plugged in right now, so... or no. Including what I plugged in, that is 8 total. I've had to swap it out once. I've had this tablet for over a year. Never mind the space it physically saves you. Isn't that the normal thing for a stylus? I've seen some styluses that will try to pitch themselves as more rigid, but that's not for display drawing tablets. That's more for just the, what do you call them? The opaque ones. The ones that don't give you a visual feed out. Then again, those ones, I've tried them before. They're not scratch-proof. They're scratch-resistant. So it doesn't feel that good. I had one for a bit at a previous employer. Needless to say, I tried getting out of it as soon as I could. I think they offered it to me for free, and I still said no. They would not pay for me to get a proper drawing tablet in that office, however, and I couldn't bring mine in with me. By the way, since I'm the Krita expert here, is there a way to have a window on the side just for reference? You mean like what I have on the top right corner with the preview image of the entire canvas? Or are we talking a reference image to just have like let's see. Or are you talking like having a reference image just like posted as a layer above you? So just the image? I'd say if you want to do that, then you put it very high up. You resize it, or where you can zoom in. You can't have separate windows like that for the sake of referencing. If you want to do that, you put it in as a layer, you hover over it, but I don't know if that's going to achieve the result you want. Does that explain what you're asking, or... The alternative would just be creating it as a layer and then resizing it, changing the opacity, or locking it elsewhere, so you don't accidentally interface with it. You can tell I have very specific levels of expertise. Let me get rid of that now. Guess it won't work then, or don't work then, sorry. Okay, I think I need descending here. That should do alright. And then I need the ascending one over here. I guess if you're really strapped for alternatives, then you could treat things as separate windows to pop them out. I don't like popping out windows in Krita, but it was an option previously. I'm not sure if that got rid of that with an update. Because the behavior of these sub-windows, it doesn't react the way it used to. I had to reconfigure my entire profile after that update happened. I want to say it was spring this year? I haven't been able to do that many drawing streams to showcase the problem, but thankfully I did record my stream with the profile showing most of what it was just before the update got pushed. So I don't think it was a dedicated drawing stream. I was just showing off my Chibi model in development when we wrapped up early on one of the 7-star terror raids for Pokemon. That sounds about right, actually. You remember that, yeah. I think at that point I just had half of a torso and one leg. And you remember the load times just for me moving an image or even making it visible with those layers compared to what we're working with today. I know I'm doing some things in a willfully slow and inefficient manner, but I just like to take us back to that Pokemon stream. Compare how long it took where I could go slow versus I had to go slow. You know? You go away for a moment. That was the first time you had a desire to kill me. Definitely an upgrade since then. Quadrupling the RAM will do that. But again, my one contrivance, or my one grievance, not contrivance, yeah. My one grievance with the RAM so far is that it has had problems with my default browser, but it's not like I'm in love with Chrome or anything, it's just that's the one I have a habit with. Look at me refusing to use clipping masks. Can you tell that me having habits is never going to end well for me? But, yeah. If I do try to break the habit, I guess you're going to recommend me Opera GX. Should I even look into anything else in particular? Because I have Firefox installed. I think I tried Brave previously. And I know there's plenty of other options, it's just which ones are immediately at hand. Use Opera GX, it's amazing. Alright. I guess it does have Aura, it's the only browser with its own built-in VTuber. It's amazing, and it's customizable, and free ad blocker. It's worth a look, I suppose. I'll think on it. At least I'm not going back to Edge, which at this point, Edge is not that bad. It's a chromium fork. Okay, there we go. That's the forearm done. I can't wait to go back to the VOD and look at how much time I wasted on all these damn braids that are going to inevitably be covered up. I love my neuroticism, don't you? This one's going to be a lot quicker, however, because I only have one pattern I need to worry about for black and blue, and I only need one variant within the magenta and yellow. Good, your hands are so shaky, I will hate myself. I already do! Let's start with the black and... or, well, save the black and blue. More than I already do. You saw it coming. Okay, what's the implementation here? Black ascending, cyan descending. So backwards to what I have ready. I did say that I would take a break after. I just want to put these in place. I'm not going to do anything with it yet. I need to reverse that. Throw that there. Mirror that, put it above the black layer. Start the new grouping, so I don't have to worry about where the braids go later. Alrighty, I'm a man of my word. Let me just find something more palatable to look at, or you know what? We're shocked we're being productive. Let me just... And for you... I can condense this down. I don't need eyelids right and then a right subfolder in them. Yeah. Eyelids. Resting position of 1. Resting position of 1. There we go. We're going to be nice and alert now. Yapping time. Oh my god, you just found your brush. Excellent. Ah! Oh, those aren't supposed to bend that way. Ah. The worst of it is in my ring finger and my pinky finger for both hand. Ah. Is it already after 6? Jesus, how long have we been going? Over 4 hours. Alright. Ah. God damn it, who's knocking now? I just heard a door. I might have to BRB. Stop hurting myself. I'm not doing it on purpose. I just want to be able to use my hands. Here, let me save before I forget anything. Okay, there we go. Saving 20%. Do you like the little pyramids I put in my eyelashes? I was originally planning on putting them in this model too, but notice how heavy my brow is. You would never see even the faintest corner of that. It's cute for real. I can't wait to get this Chibi model done. It's probably going to have to be for my birthday, though. I don't see this being done and rigged in time for... It's less than a month and a half away. September 4th, yeah. It's only my anniversary as this character, Ferox Chrysalism, not of streaming entirely, but I've always been Ferox Chrysalism on Twitch. It just kind of fit. It's been my handle for as long as I can remember, and I don't get bothered by having to explain it. Finally, some yapping was starting to miss my voice. Well, I hope you were enjoying the synth melodies of White Bat Audio, which you can find at... You can find White Bat Audio here on YouTube, with 100% copyright-free music for your perusal at any given time, tremendous synth pieces, and all you have to do is give credit. Or be so small you're not on their radar. First year anniversary, or I'm gonna try to do something special for the anniversary, maybe a marathon stream, but it's not going to be a new model, unfortunately. I'm gonna have to hold back the Chibi for my birthday. Slay, there we go. It's not quite ideal, but we are starting to develop something resembling a plan. I'm trying to think. My last... when I debuted, my last idea for it was that I would be doing game, music, game, and I had, I believe... I had a third game in mind. I don't remember if we actually got to do all of it, because we started with the actual debut coverage, the new app. No, you meant if it was gonna be my first. Don't make the same mistake you did. I can't do a 24-hour stream. I'm not even gonna try. The best I could do would be 18. And even then, I don't know if I can do it anymore. But yes, this September is going to be my first anniversary as Ferox Chrysalism. I'm thinking on it right now. I believe it was... Metal Gear Rising. I did my, if I'm not mistaken, my hard run on Monsoon for an S rank. I did the first song that I'd written for a concept album, and then we played Hollow Cure to end it. So Metal Gear Rising, I can't play it right now. It hurts my hands too much, even inside half an hour. Like, Bayonetta, I can get like 2-3 hours in. It's gonna hurt, but I can play it. Monster Hunter Wilds, I can get like 4 or 5 hours in. Again, it'll hurt, but I can get through it. Metal Gear Rising, I feel like I've lost my range of motion inside the first hour. A song? I wrote a song. Unfortunately, because my pipes are shot and I can't play guitar right now, I did have to use AI to generate the performance of it. But I did edit it to bring it more in line with my vision, and I wrote all the lyrics 100% myself. So I have that first song available on YouTube if you want to give that a listen. Let me just try to get you a link. Send it to you. I will forewarn you, it does not... It generally does what I want it to do, but as I just... Do I have the chords written down? I have the instrumentals isolated. I was not able to write bass or drums, however, so... Unfortunately, no. This is one of the things where I wouldn't even know where to start with writing drums. I have a general idea with bass, but even then, I haven't played guitar in probably 8-10 years. And I only have an idea with bass. I don't know certainly how I would do it. Drums, no idea. So, let me... There's the link if you want to check it out. I posted that during my debut last year, and one of the ideas that I was batting around was that I would be putting out one song every month until my first anniversary, and then I would have a full album. And that we would be doing drawing streams where I could do the single art. Now I should be sufficiently equipped I can go back to doing single art. So I've already done art for track 2, and I have partial on track 3. All the music's already done, by the way. There's at least one song that I just flat out hate on the album, but I have to abandon it. I've already written it. It's going to be performed by the AI, just like all the others. And even though I hate it, I have to know when to cut the cord. I spent more time working on... I'm pulling it up on my phone, hang on. Imprint, that's the album name, by the way. The entire album, including bonus tracks, is 94 minutes and 5 seconds. The Trouble Child song is 7 minutes and 3 seconds. You can do the math yourself if you want to extrapolate that. It is less than 10% of the album, because naturally it's 13 songs baseline plus 3 bonus tracks. This one song took as much time, if not more, than the next 3. The next 2, actually. Because I have one song on here called Glass Cannon. It is a 9-minute parody of a romantic, what would you even call this? Serenade? It's basically a parasocial rock opera. This song I don't hate. It has things I would improve on it naturally, but I would want to have human performers if I was doing that. That's really the linchpin. It's not the only song, by the way, that is longer than Grin and Bear it, although I think the only other one is actually one of the bonus tracks? Yes. You need to hear that one. I want to go back to the monthly releases, so... Spoiler time, if we're talking about the upcoming anniversary and subsequent releases. What I want to do with my anniversary is I'm putting out I'll have an ambient version, and I'll have something that's just intended for directly one sitting listening. I'm working on a song. And I already have the practical musical version of it ready to go in a version I don't hate. It's basically a chiptune version of a song from Office Space. And from that chiptune kind of retro chic, it will gradually transition into an industrial, a bit of a punk overtone, And what I'm working on right now is the ambient version of that one, so I can use it for stream audio, whether that is for the BRB, for the preload screen, etc. I want to do art for an outro screen, as well as just, like, not title cards, what's the word I'm thinking of here? I guess like a link tree type of thing, where I could show where everything is available at any given time. But yeah, that's a lot of plates in the air, and unfortunately, I had too much shit happen during my first year after the debut, so it fell apart. I wasn't able to put out the album in under a year. Even though all the music is done, I want to put out each song with a piece of art, like visually art, something that is 100% me, no AI involvement whatsoever. Even if I say I wrote the lyrics for every song personally, even if I say I did editing and all that jazz, people are just going to see the song is AI and it's going to get lambasted.
God, he's so goddamn
Who is being cool in here? You wish you had the skills to write songs? Thank you for gifting the sub. You're just hearing me talk about how I failed in my first year, and you're showing me that kind of generosity. I don't get it. Yeah. Unfortunately, too much shit happened in the space since I debuted, so I'm working on getting that out for my second year. Now that we have the RAM issue sorted, we can work on... And by the way, I don't use the big canvas for my album art. So this problem is not just probably solved, it's solved. All I have to do is put in the time. I deserve the support, now shut up, I refuse. You will get me yapping even if it's about my own lack of worthiness. And you are gonna like it. Yeah, my first year kind of fell apart on me, unfortunately. It's like, I knew it was going slow around October, but then I got sick in December, and it took me so damn long to bounce back. I had tech issues, I was in and out of different doctor's offices, you fucking name it, so. My first year turned out to be very messy, but it has generally functioned in spite of it. Against all odds, I was able to make affiliate in my first year. I was able to get something resembling a schedule started. I'm currently dancing around doctor's appointments and all other manner of nonsense, but generally speaking, we are putting out quite a bit of material. No, screw me. Screw me yourself, coward. It would be very easy for me to say that this first year was a complete failure, but progress has been made. It's not as much as I wanted, but I was able to make affiliate status. And I didn't have some Annie-looking grok anime waifu dancing around in lingerie either. Though I do take my tits out from time to time. Well, just so I know, if I ever need help with anything, hit you up. Thank you. Earnestly, sincerely. I'm grateful to have you around offering that kind of help. And I might not express it quite concisely enough, or directly enough, but I want to reiterate it just in case. Thank you. So I guess that's your spoiler, if you were so inclined, for what's coming in September. The tits be the cherry on top, Lamau. Well, I guess I didn't suck, but, well, some suckling might be involved. Don't want to milk that joke too much, however. I have been able to not just make one model work, I'm making headway on a second one. I've gotten through the technical issues. I'm working on getting the Chibi model rigged once I can finish all of the actual art assets. It's going to be an improvement over the original model. Can't wait, woo. We're going to do at least 2 games on stream during the anniversary. Oop, you clicked too fast. Wait, what did you do? Oh, it's shy. Okay, shy and hype. There we are. But yeah, I'm hoping I can get healed up a little because I want to pick at least one action-heavy game for the debut anniversary. In all likelihood, it's going to be Bayonetta, but I want to finish my very easy playthrough to unlock the Marionette, and then... Oh, nothing, you meant the emote. Okay, that's fair. I want to do at least my full, very easy playthrough before the anniversary. You're way too excited right now. I'm glad you're having a ball with it. I'm glad you're here for a good time, and I hope I'm here for a long time. I don't know, that's kind of an emotional high point. Maybe I should just call it here. Because what you're going to see is me doing a bunch of busy work nonsense with the same braiding that I've already showcased much more extensively on the forearm. Just for the upper arm, I'm going to have to do what I've already taken here for the shoulder, and then for the biceps, I'm going to have to get 2 repetitions for the magenta and the yellow, and then I'm going to spread it to the entire body. I will be here for the long time. Well, it sounds like that decision's been made for me. You demand it, so it shall be. Congratulations, you've been cursed with me. Forever. I think you've already seen the nitty-gritty as to how the braiding will work, so we've been going for a while, and... Gladly accepted. You demand it? Okay. I don't want you and your emotes to riot, so... I'll gift the people what they want. Which means next time we do a drawing stream, honestly, I'm the one stuck with you, bitch. I'll take it. I will take that, absolutely. Once you like someone, they're not able to leave. Yandere. No. Hopefully that's just the girlfriend part, not the Yandere dev, who actually might be a better game developer than Pirate Software. I can't believe we're living in a timeline where fucking Yandere dev is being positively compared to somebody that used to be a goddamn shorts genius on YouTube. Well, I guess not so much a genius as an idiot savant. But you know what? Yandere will work. God, you remember that game. I can't believe it's still in development. I figured it would have been either finished or abandoned by now. Like, the dude makes some contrived-ass code. Speaking as somebody who only has a little bit of knowledge of HTML from, like, a year, if that. You used to simp for Senpai's cousin. I gotta be honest with you, I barely know anything about the actual characters in the game. Most of what I know about Yandere Dev is people trying to piece together how somebody who had no idea how to code brute forced it into an actual game. And I speak as somebody who only knows HTML and not that much of it. I feel like I have equal to or greater than coding knowledge compared to, like, I don't know, your average 12-year-old into tech. If somebody says, oh yeah, your kid's building a website, congratulations, the kid knows more than I do. I gotta save something for you next time, because I'm gonna be doing mostly busy work if I'm leaving the model as is, and we call the stream here. You know, I'll save you the hands and the feet. The feet, that's a bonus for somebody out there, I don't know who. The hands, however, it's just because I know you want to watch me suffer. So, I gotta hand it to you on that, don't I? I'll give you the finger then. All 5 of them. We were forced to learn how to code a website in design school. That's what... It was part of my curriculum. It was a mandatory course for me when I was in school. And frankly, I was glad I had gotten that exposure to HTML coding when I did, because that meant that as far as asset creation went, I had to have some level of knowledge to what was actually feasible with what I was giving them. It is generally beneficial to have at least a small amount of coding information if you're going to be doing any kind of online business, even if that's just creating art for somebody else's online business. But yeah, you've got coding experience as well, so I don't have to preach that to you. Have I used that coding experience in a long time? I'll be honest with you, most of my coding experience, I just kind of backed into command line prompts in case I need to do something with Windows that Windows 11 decided I shouldn't be made available for just a generic non-pro user. That, or I'm playing a DOSBox emulator for an out-of-game ARG for a PS4 Infamous spin-off. Or sequel? Spin-off? Hard to say. Second Son kind of fizzled out, but I'd probably go back to that. I can't go back to the ARG, however, because they took it down years ago. It was actually kind of fun, too. It was the only time I needed to use my DOSBox knowledge in over a decade. And even then, I still had to look things up, just like modern coders. It's like, if you are not Googling or permanently logged into GitHub, just siphoning off information from the entirety of the world's coder base, are you even a real coder? You need to sponge off that information. We are built on the shoulders of giants. And now, I think it's time for this giant-headed little guy to say goodbye. Just for tonight. Nah, you were traumatized, never even touched your game again. Jesus. Like, were you coding a game in Flash or something? Like, we're talking about web development, so... If not that, I'm assuming an Infamous game. I otherwise have lost complete track of the conversation whatsoever. We've been going for a while. Aw. I'm sorry, party's got to come to an end at some point, right? I will make some headway on this Chibi model offline, and we will resume once we can torture me with fingers and toes. I'm not looking forward to the hands on this thing. The feet are going to be easy, thankfully. Because if we're going off of the templating here... Chibi template. There. We can get away with just nubs. I'm not going to, but we could get away somewhat convincingly with very simplified feet. Hands, however, the hands are going to be proportionately larger compared to most parts of the Chibi. The same way the hips got blown up, the hands are going to get blown up. Was being a dating game for a game design class, so when's the next stream? Next stream is going to be... I can try to push for it tomorrow. It'll be Saturday, maybe Friday. It'll be a stream of the next Terra Raid in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I believe it is the 7-star Komao? Yeah, it's going into its second week now. It's coming back with the Blissies as a bonus raid. So next time we stream, we are going to be doing the Scarlet and Violet Komao Terra Raid. Someone in their brilliance at Game Freak decided 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 9, 7. Heaven forbid we have 5, 6, or 8. They went to the Nomura school of counting. Final Fantasy, Kingdom Hearts, just nonsense. Yippee, what time? Let's see. if we stream tomorrow, a Friday stream would be at 1 p.m. EST. Today was supposed to start at 1 p.m. EST as well, but I was troubleshooting the RAM. We would not be able to do what we were doing today if we only had 16 gigabytes accessible to Krita. So, now that we have a full 60, not 64, 63.8, don't ask me why it's rounded down to that 10th. I can't explain it. That's just what Krita will do. I guess technically it's not 128 gigabytes in so much as it is 128,000 megabytes, which, yes, does round down. The way bytes and bits are rounded is a pain in the ass. Have I ever mentioned that before? Like, you try to buy a terabyte, you're lucky if you're gonna get, let's say, 1,000,000 megabytes. Whoopee, you'll be there, obviously. Well, I'm looking forward to it then, and I hope you're looking forward to it as well. So, Pokemon coming soon, and I'll catch you then. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you again for all the kindness in chat. Hope you enjoyed the music and the drawing. Thank you, obviously, for the subscription, too. I'm sure the recipient of that gift sub is very happy, and I'm going to enjoy it as well. $3 well wasted on me. The other $3 goes to Twitch, so a $6. I don't know what that translates to in euros. But you know what this translates to? Me hitting the end stream button. Ciao.